Maybe a lot, my friend.
I have not much, I have to have only vodka.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. The final day of the EAPT Rosvedov, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Sorry about the delay in getting things kicked off. What attorney we have with a 250k guarantee. My name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster for the duration of this event. Nice to be back with you here on this Monday afternoon. I hope you're all keeping well. Patrick Yaros in the mix here. This is the €500 buy-in. The winner will take home €38,000. 2 tickets up for grabs for the World Series of Poker Europe main event taking place next year. We are down to the final 2 tickets. Hope you're very well wherever you're tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Come on in. The water is lovely. Let's see. Patrick Garris here. It is a bit of a shark-infested water. First blind level of today will be 10k small blind, 25k big blind with a 25k running big blind ante. That's 10, 25, 25. Stack well above 30 bigs. 15 remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €2,650. The Apocalypse is in the house. What's up, Apocalypse and Johan? That's better, miss that gorgeous Irish accent. Well, I am here. Your Irish pundit is back. Never fear, Action Man Dan is here. Johan in the chat. I see Richie. Hello, Richie. You're all starting to get ready for Christmas. Only a month to go. You do have an all-in the call here. Michael with pocket tens is up against Franz Doblinger's queens. Jack 3 deuce is the flop. Franz having him covered. Michael needing to get lucky here. We're going to be down to 13 players. There's the boost of diamonds. No help. 10 and a 10 only. We say goodbye. Him in 14th place. That means 13 players remaining now. All guaranteed. €3,100. Yaros, great to see him in the mix. Always a very exciting player. He is going to min raise here from the cutoff of King Queen suited. But he's running into it. Michael in the small blind with Ace King. Wants to make this close to 4x out of position. Probably size down slightly considering Patrick only has 22 bigs to start the hand. So something like 175 seems like a good sizing. There you have it, 180. Yaros with a difficult enough decision. If Mikael had made it slightly smaller, you might consider peeling against a very aggressive player with a lot of chips. He could certainly decide to 4-bet rip this one. Does go for the 4-bet rip and is going to get picked off by Mikael. And we could be about to lose Patrick Yaros in 13th place. He's gone with his read. He's 4-bet ripped and he doesn't look like he's happy. Who can blame him? Very unlucky to be up against such a stellar hand from the small. There's Queen Jack 7. There's the 3 of hearts. Yaros could be set to get a chunky double up. But he does not avoid the ace on the river. Ace of hearts rolling off. We're going to lose Patrick Yaros. Looked like he was going to be doubling up and some. It wasn't to be. Suddenly, folks, we are down to 12. 2 tables of 6 now remain. Fighting it out for this EAPT Rozvadov trophy. Matty in the hijack. Min raises with pocket 8. Mikael playing over 2 million now is going to 3-bet. Expect to see him playing very aggro. Don't believe I've seen him before at the feature table felt, but looks like he's going to be putting those chips to work. And there you see it, folks. Power of the 3-bet in position. Don't know what pocket 8 wants to do there. Again, off that stack depth, could be looking for 4-bet rip. Wouldn't hate peeling. We are going to be out of position, though, against the chip leader at this table. Does seem a bit tight to just let pocket 8 go. Pressure is on, of course. Lady No Muck is in the house. What's up, Lady No Muck? Good to have you with us. Richie says a very good afternoon to my favourite poker streamer, commentator, the Action Man, Dan. Thank you very much, Richie. Lady No Muck says she's heading to the World Poker Tour. Best of luck. So what's going on with you, Apocalypse? You mentioned you might have some news. Mic drop moment, is it? Next opening with fours here. See now, we only have 11 players remaining. That means we are 2 eliminations away from the final table. Okay, I'm just going to call this time with pocket nines. Actually, a loose enough open here from pocket fours, but you have to remember we are six-handed now. We do get four-way action to the flop. Lex is going to bet 100k here. Just one overcard out there to his pocket fours. Problem is he is betting into 3 other players. Gal is just going to call. That's going to get the 2 ace-10s out of there. We're off to see a turn. 425 in the middle now. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. Turn goes check, check, and the river is the 5 of clubs. Check from Lex. Just be hoping to get to showdown now. If he's not good, Mikael will win another one. Now playing well over 2.5 million in chips and clearing the 100 big blind mark. Just incredible stuff. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with. We do have some big news in the chat. Apocalypse is having a bit with Laurie. Congratulations, guys. Apocalypse, the guy who can do it all. Goes to the Shetlands. Conquer a lady. Gets married. And is having a kid all in the 1 year. What a year it has been for you, Apocalypse. Good on you. Congrats, everyone. Stratus is in the house. What's up, Stratus? Hello, all. I hope everyone had a great weekend and now ready for the weekly grind. Grind never stops. Laurie is in the house. What's up, Laurie? You both, best of luck. Lady Nomok asking how my studies are going. We've 1 month left, Lady Nomok. I'm finishing by the 15th of December. So hard to not be a little bit distracted this time of the year. We are almost at the finish line. Thank you for asking. Just on my last module. And then I have some final exams, etc. And then we will reevaluate as to whether I will continue my studies or not. Still 11 players remaining here. 2 eliminations away from the FT. All players have locked up. €3,600. You're just tuning in. You're watching the final day. The €500 buy-in is the EAPT. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. The winner is going to take home €38,000. No bounties on the line in this event. Straight, no limit hold'em to the finish line. Nomok says, Dan, you got this. Yeah. Championship rounds. We don't quit at halftime.
Sugar, my friend. Sugar.
Yeah, we'll take that one down. There's also another name I recognize, Antonio Fraggiali. We have some talented players left in this field. Obviously, don't know who is still in the mix at the outer table just yet. They will all be joined at one table pretty soon, though. Just 2 eliminations to go. Yeah, dominating this one so far. Opening proceedings, paying 2.67 million. Franz in second place with 60 pigs, and then Basile with 24, Matthew with 23, Lex with 18, and Antonio Fraggiali going up the rear with 15 pigs is in last place, but still a very workable stack. I'm not going to read out all these pregnancy tips. There's enough going on with the chat. Suffice to say, you're getting some great advice out there, Apocalypse. You should be writing this down. Every day is a learning day, and classes in session. It's just not poker related. I believe you can now buy my baby's first gambling set, so maybe I'll send you over that as a present. I had a feeling when you said you had big news, it was going to be big, but it is very big news. Exciting times. Antonio on the button here, Queen 10 of spades, facing the open from the cutoff. King Jack off suit. Go for the rejam. Sub 15 bigs. Just about 15 to start the hand. Nice critical rejam there from Antonio. He could have also opted to just call on the button. But I think rejamming is going to be his best play, especially against the chip leader. So just get that one through. The Apocalypse says this baby will be half Shetlander and half Irish. He might just about meet the future king of the world. Or queen. So Lex is going to min raise with pocket tens. Very strong hand here. 21 bigs to start the hand. Fran's going to call king queen offsuit on the button. Nine four deuces to the flop. Lex with an overpair. Lex just going to take that one down with a bet. Gal put him in raise with Jack 10 suited. Antonio going for the rejam here with pocket sevens. Gets another one through. So now playing close to 25 bigs.
After final table, we play heads up in a room.
So Lex going to raise in the small blind, 9-8 offsuit. Action on Mikael in the big blind here with King Deuce offsuit. Tries to let it go. Might just call if he's suited. No harm in getting away from the unsuited variety. Looks like we're going to see a clash here. Lex with pocket tens, Franz with the kings of kings. As Richie says, no Dutchies left in the tournament. I don't think so. Fran's going to bet 150, and there is an overcard to Lex's pocket tens. Just decided to call pre. Interesting to see what way he wants to continue here. He only has 560 behind. Just decides to let it go, losing the minimum here with the pocket tens. Impressive stuff on this occasion, but in a vacuum, it's going to be a bit too tight. Going to be seeing a turn card there. Nice fold, nonetheless. She asked Johan, are you in Rosvedov next month? No, I played the Dutch Poker Masters in January. Bird is in the house. What's up, Bird? Howdy. This one getting checked all the way to the river. Antonio happy to just take it down on the king 5 ace 7-4 board. Fran's not going to try make a stab at that one. I'd have elected to bet out the turn once the flop goes check, check. But once the turn goes check, check and the flop goes check, check, I think we just let it go. Although on the river, you could also try get some hands to fold. We do just have jack high. We are somewhere in the bottom of our range there. Strata says, instead of a baby boy themed room, you should set the baby's room up like a casino, all poker tables set up, slot machines on the wall, the mobile can be the ace and the kings of the deck, the music can play at the ding-dong of the slots. Oh, wow. There are some rules against these things that I feel. But you can Google an image of baby's first gambling kit. It's pretty funny. I had it sent to me a while back. Someone's phone is ringing in the background. Who wants to be a millionaire? 50-50. Ask the audience or phone a friend. And this is going to be big trouble here for Lex. The rich are about to get richer unless an 8 rolls off or a king. Lex thinks he's won the lotto here with this flop, but little does he know, Mikael's sitting there with a better kicker for his trips. This is nasty enough. 2 sevens out there. I don't see any way that Lex doesn't just go broke. Does go for a raise to 125. Once he raises like this, there's just no way he's going to be able to get away from his hand. He's inducing. Mikael betting a very small amount, just 35k. Turn is the 5 of hearts. As Apocalypse says, he's called Lex. He's always got a chance. Well, there's 385 in the middle now. Lex with just 420 behind. Does he just bet another small amount to set up a river jam, or does he just go for the lot right here, right now, to get called by a king? Lex now checking. Wow, Mikhail got a check behind. River is the queen of spades. That's not a great card for the 8-7 here. Flush comes in. However, if your opponent has king, queen, they're certainly not getting away from it now. As Johan says, always a surprise around the corner at kings. Yeah. Lex checking again. This guy is playing very passive. I would have expected to see him go for external value on the turn, and now checking the river. I think we just go for a very large sizing here for Mikhail. Just go for the lot. Or try to get paid by a milky sizing of about 180. Maybe even 140. The reason I go for a larger sizing is it's going to be very difficult for Lex to fold a king. Just get paid for 120. Lex super unlucky there in one way, but also very lucky to still remain in this tournament. Either way, Mikhail now playing close to 3 million. And Lex is going to be down to 12 big blinds. Nasty going to raise on the button with king 5 suited. Takes down the blinds and antes. Says, yeah, indeed. Last month was not so good for me online. Live, I did better. Fox says, yes, top 2 get World Series of Poker Europe tickets, and top 3 get Luxon tickets. Okay, I missed the thing about the Luxon tickets. First, second, and third going to get a 4K EA Poker Tour Luxon Pay Grand Final ticket. Wow. Great additional value.
I call you my friend. Believe me. So many other options as well.
That's interesting that you say the difference between the dot and the commas. I always just thought it was a comma when it's got to do with payouts or money of any sort. Lex just going to rip sub 10 bigs now with the blinds of 15, 30, 30. Pocket eights. No other choice, really. Sub 10 to start the hand. Around to Franz here in the small king queen off suit. Surprised to see the king queen off suit get rid of that one. That's a good spot to try pick off an opponent and get one step closer to the final table.
One of the best, my friend. Maybe it would be slightly better if it was on the floor, so I'm not that nervous. Big pot, I would have 1 million, so change the seven. Yeah. Huh? I have like 1/6.
Bell is going to stay active here. 4-3 suited. Can afford to be opening very widely. Franz just going to call here with ace-9 off suit on the button. Queen 6-5 is the flop 3 ways. Matty completing the action in the big with the jack-9 off suit. All the time is in the house. What's up all the time? Fran's going to bet 75k. Does have an open ender here with the 4-3 suited, with 2 hearts on board. Guess our hand is going to be a little bit too strong to just fold now, but we do have the arse end of the straight, as we say in Ireland. That's a gin turn card, if I ever did see one. Franz is going to set up a second barrel here for 125k. Sometimes gets better ace highs to fold on the turn, or maybe a weak pair. Does Miguel want to raise right here, right now, or just call? It is quite a small sizing. Looks like he's going to go for a raise. They're going to go for the raise. Takes that one down. Franz obviously not continuing. Tommy says, why raise? Yeah. I think it's because he's gone for such a small sizing. If your opponent still has a decent flush draw or a queen, they will continue. So if he thinks he can get more value now, then why not raise? And that's why he goes for it.
When you sleep before the lot.
No pair, no draw. So smash the hell out of that turn. Why don't I ever hit that one? I don't know, man. Maybe you need to give it the hock to it. Say a prayer. Something to that effect.
Okay, for the other one.
Walker says sometimes it's better to raise turn if you think they're just going to check river. Also, a very valid option. He says, but I think that's played so much now that people know. Well, it's easy for us to say that as well. Our opponent does just have ace high, and we can see the cards at home.
I'm not complaining. I'm running good.
A lot of the time, you'll just see the ace nine shutting down there. I was surprised to see a bluff. So Parallel Draw says, I tried that once in the casino, but then I got kicked out for spitting on the dealer's face. Well, and Johan says, that's right, but he is behind and has position. Yeah, it's going to be tough to get to showdown with just ace high there as well. Go checking from the big, and Vasil top pair. The bet 60k. Strata says raise on the river. Only a better hand is likely to call you. A raise on the turn still has the other person with hope to call. Yes, exactly. Very good. A queen will continue. Some draws, etc. Colonel Joe says it comes down to your opponent's tendencies. If you expect them to continue to blast off with anything, you can slow down a bit. But if you expect to check back on most rivers, might as well bump up on the turn in case he does have some value hands or draws. The pocket says, and this is day 3. They will know each other far better than we do. Johan says, it is my choice. It is his choice, and that is always correct. I would play it different. His play is not wrong. It is his choice.
1 minute.
Nice to see deliberating hands so early on this Monday afternoon. See in the top right-hand corner of your screen now, 10 players remaining, and that means we are 1 elimination away from the final table. We'll deal with the over pair here. On the Jack 8-3, Antonio with 8-4 off suit defending in the big. You're going to see bet here. Not much in it for Antonio. We'll just let that one go. Sometimes you might just straight up rejam there, sub 20 bigs facing a hijack open. Would prefer to do it over a button open, or if we were suited, just decide to just defend. Understandable, considering we're on the FT bubble.
Good luck, guys.
And Lex shoving from the cutoff. 9.5 bigs. King 7 off suit. Antonio calling from the small. And if Antonio holds here, we're going to have our final 9. Ace 4-6 is the flop. Lex needing big help now. Antonio with top pair. Turn is another spade. 9 of spades. Picks up a flush draw. Oh, it's another spade. The 7 of spades rolling off. Slip back down, Lex. 30 river there for Antonio. I actually think that shove is a little bit too wide for my liking, Pre. Perhaps if we were suited.
No, my friend, good show. You understand the game. I know, for sure. Just they say again, Chiplead at King
Lex with the min raise. Ace 3 off suits and still 10 remaining. There's a big double up for the King 7. As the Buckler says, as I said, he's called Lex. He always has a chance. And he will take that one down. Matsy going to be shoving this one. 12 bigs in the small blind. Strata says, don't ask me for advice. I had my butt handed to me to the casino 2 weeks ago. First losing session this year. Around to the small blind. Lex. And look at this, Mikael in the big blind, waking up with ace king. Lex going for a huge rip here. A bit too many bigs for my liking. 23. Just the ace 3 off too. Very unlucky to run into it, but Mikael has been running very well. Look at the size of this pot, 1.4 million. And if the ace 3 doesn't get there, Mikael is going to have an overwhelming chip lead going into the final 9. 9, 10, 6, 4. No help to Lex. 3 doesn't arrive. It's the 6 of spades. Mikael now going to be playing close to 4 million in chips We lose Lex Musat in 10th place, and that means we are going on a 20-minute break or so. Stay tuned for lots more action. We're going to keep it right here. I'll see you all in a few minutes for the final table of this €500 EAPT buy-in live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Back in a few moments.
Well, Deeb is always outspoken, never one to bite his lip, and many minds he's regarded as sort of the resident warden in the poker prison. You know what I mean? Like, he just likes to fact check people, make sure stories check out.
I feel like half the community find him to be a hero, and the other half think he's a heel. So it's
maybe just depends if you're on the receiving end of one of his
depends if you've done anything wrong.
Exposés.
Yeah.
The less skeletons you have in your closet, the better off you are if you're on Sean's radar.
That is true.
Meanwhile, Ace-8 suited once more has presented itself, this time to the other Hungarian, Kolozar. His 25K open is flatted by the chip leaders, pocket sevens, and that's mindful of the position from which the raise came. Madani in the cutoff, flatting King Deuce of Hearts, however, Justin, and now Karlik mulls over from the small with King Jack of Spades.
Yeah, suited hand on the button, plenty of chips. Not gonna get yourself. Oh yeah, not gonna get yourself in too much trouble, but at the same time, it's gonna be tough to win a nice size pot with King Deuce here. Ooh, all right.
Nice to be able to close the action and not be concerned about anything happening behind us if we're Dietrich fast with these 2 9s in the big blind. Karlik did call as well. Family pot, and Queen Jack 9 is damp. We've got bottom set. We've got a couple of gut shot straight draws, one of which has a pair of jacks to go with it. All we needed was a second diamond out there to really make things spicy.
It might come. I don't think anyone's going to be betting this flop. So,
well, Madani does have himself a king high flush draw to go with his gutter, but that is really wet texture.
Yeah, if you bet this, you're okay playing for stacks if you lead this flop, I think.
Well, 30K.
There we go.
Into 137 isn't exactly screaming. Wow, that is a disciplined little muck there from Gerald Karlik.
It's not so much the 30K bet. It's the people behind and then concerning yourself what's going to be happening on every turn. Unless it's a 10 or a jack.
Well, we know fold is never on this man's mind.
Yeah, that's right. I like just the call in here, too. That's wonderful.
Ace-8 and the 7s bow out.
Big turn card for fast.
By the way, that bet by Madani got a lot of mileage. It pushed 3 players into the muck. Now a bit of a pesky road to improvement from Madani. He's got top pair, but the 4-liner on board.
Do you have to
plenty of 10x, I would imagine, in the big blind defense range.
Yeah. For it not being a heart, that's a pretty good card from Madani to not put any more money on. He gets showdown value.
And expenses the flight. Like, it's not. You're not going to crush it there. You can enjoy yourself.
Oh, he's going for it again.
Yeah,
you have to go.
I used to play like one series there 2 years ago or something like this. It was fun, yeah.
80K this time into the 197, and I gotta say, I'm a bit surprised to see it, but perhaps he anticipates that Fast would be more inclined to lead had he made the king high straight here, just given the face-up nature of it, and that leaves him merging.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I think he might be trying to get the showdown, but I also think if he gets called here, he might realize that his hand's no good anymore, and he might turn into a bluff. But I think he might just be trying to get a showdown with top pair, just trying to get some value from some other queen X's or other flush draws.
It is, of course, troublesome as we see the board failing to pair on the river. Fast has the best hand, doesn't know it. To have hearts ourselves if we're Madani, because really that's the kit we'd like to assign across the way. And so the shutdown on the end.
Yeah.
And the nines are able to get
Exact board you want to flop
face up for free.
That's why the bet on the turn is kind of nice. If you know if you check back the turn and fast were to lead out 100K and you would consider calling, you know, maybe it's sometimes just better to bet 80K yourself. Then like taking these outlier approaches, I do think can be successful. But I think you just need a little more thought, maybe a little more cadence on the river from Dick, just to let him soak in that the 7 paired and like, okay, if I had a 7 or if I had ace queen, what would I do? What would I bet here?
Yeah.
Instead of just kind of like count to 3 in your head and fire out a bet.
I mean, there was something just innate within me as I observed the manner in which he went for the stack and then fired that river that lacked consideration. It just, as I said, like some sort of manufactured, prefabricated choice, and that was maybe part of the calculus for the jacks, which now have been passed over to Aishan in the big blinds, 605 back. Dick, fresh off of obviously getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar, made it 50,000 legitimately with ace queen offsuit, and he's being pushed upon.
This is going to be a tester here. I think he's looking for a reason to put it in, and I think he's going to follow through here.
Wow. 6. 30.
I think yeah.
So Dick is going to rip in over the top.
And the plan call with the 2 jacks. Classic race here. Definitely makes and breaks a lot of tournament lives. This flip exactly.
Not happy to play this one.
Aishan was already
Die checks nogmaals vallen jou stem.
No.
2 cards away from elimination earlier. He might be looking at this like a free roll.
Yes, baby. No!
Oh!
No.
No, baby.
No, baby.
King available.
You king. No, ace.
Now,
What's that?
ace
You queen
available
by
as
you
well.
ace.
I think you would take a king as well.
Queen ace.
Anything.
Come on. Yes!
Oh my God.
Yes! Come on, baby! Woo! Woo-hoo! Yes, baby! I love you! I love you! Wow. Come on, baby!
Tried to get out of line with the Jack 3 offsuit, and he got slapped right away by Madani.
Mm-hmm.
Finds another beauty.
Raise 32. 2, 3,
Ooh, Kolzar on the button with a suited ace Jack.
Facing
This is
consecutive open now from the chip leader. Maybe some altered perceptions that, in spite of the responsibility that we just alluded to that Shmeko has shown off, not being out of line or V-pipping egregiously,
I think they will
we
end
could
up making a 38-minute
perceive that he shifted gears, but Kolozar just content to flat ace-jack of diamonds on the button. Well served, of course. And now Shahar, in an awful way, unbeknownst,
No, 45.
could take a price.
Well, as soon as I saw the 16 structure, I told him I was
I think Kolozar having his hand being suited helps him call a lot. I think
45 is too long.
people tend to lean the 3-bet on the offsuit just because it plays slightly
You can go
worse
to the button
post-flop.
there, don't have a reservation
yeah,
at the restaurant,
it's
so
pretty
you're
ace-jack of
gonna be
diamonds.
20 minutes anyway.
I want to have a nice walk outside of the parking lot.
Okay.
Breathing some fresh air. Doing some jumping jacks.
It's a disciplined choice there from Shahar to
It's not pumping enough just by
dodge this situation. I'm not so sure Kolozar is going to be able to dodge things, nor would he want to. Pairing the nut flush draw over here. Little does he know it, but he lags behind. And this flop has chosen violence. 104 in the middle.
Having some inherent showdown, Kolazar probably is just going to take the passive route and just call here. It's not really a high five moment to like raise and have someone put you in. And with the jack, you have showdown value inherently. So just call and hope you get a prettier turn card.
So a flat of the 65K follow through, and now the nuts on the turn for Kolazar. Shmeko draws dead. No justice.
Shmeko gives the little knuckle, assuming he's setting it up to check call, and then on the river, check the side. Kolazar's probably looking for an amount where he could get his, he checks back. Wonderful play.
Really
Doesn't realize how strong his opponent is.
What's more wonderful to you, the play on the turn or the deuce of spades on the river?
That's right.
And if you're Shmeko, this is an uncomplicated development, and obviously a check back from Kolazar might leave us thinking that value is available with 234 in the middle.
I agree. I think he might even go big here. Really attack certain queens, king jacks, jack nines.
And he's just praying that his man's got ace king across the way. Something that can potentially call what is sure to be this raise. Kolazar, though, I don't know that there are any sizes available other than all 486. And once that gets dedicated, the ace-queen loses luster in a hurry.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of posturing. I don't mind it, just to make sure your opponent can possibly think you can find some kind of bluff by jamming for not much more. There are sickos out there that do this as bluffs, but I do think Shmeko is going to find a fold fairly quickly.
Is 200 just too greedy with ace-queen?
No, I like it. Honestly, I think it's a good bet to bet then fold. Yeah. You're getting value from everything you have beat, and everything that raises is you're going to fold to anyway.
No, by the way, zero hesitation. Shmeko understood exactly what he was going to do in the face of the only raise size that was available to Kolazar, and quite content. On a stack of his depth.
I had noticed, like, when we were panning around to other tables, I didn't see a whole lot of, like, tiny stacks out there. So maybe he feels some pressure to build a stack a little bit, but I think he's just exploiting the deed and the over-opening of Olszewski as well.
Look at this. Shahar has maybe picked up on the scent that Deed did, in spite of the fact that there was some resistance a moment ago that caused Sean to bin his Jack-5 of diamonds. Here we see Shahar with the kind of kit that we, under other circumstances, might not anticipate him entering the fray with.
Especially on Deeb's big blind, knowing that he's going to defend quite wide and fight tooth and nail a lot.
Yeah, queen 3 offsuit, whatever.
That
Deal me
qualifies.
2 trash napkins. Let's just see 3.
If you can flop quads with it, he'll play it.
Top pair here versus bottom pair on a diamond-free board. Snap check from Deeb. $27,000, the follow-through sizing. Deeb, of course, will be continuing. Does so in the form of a flat. 6 of spades, turn. Sean, quite content to knuckle over and see what the opener has in mind. Shahar does find the check back.
Oh
and he
my
also
gosh.
finds himself kings up on the river here. Backdoor spades coming in, but I don't know that that's a concern, and value will be available provided that Deeb doesn't, for some, call it inexplicable reason, decide to bet. Could you block this? Or no, check just feels very sound.
I agree. I think you're more hoping to just be happy with your hand being a bluff catcher. You're hoping almost that he bets. This should be called fairly quickly from Deeb, be my guess.
And yeah, there it is. Sean's like, okay.
That's respect. I like it. No, never mind. That look wasn't respect.
That was a bluffing.
Spots for Deeb, who currently runs in third, as you got a glimpse at the chip counts.
And everyone here had the 10,000 euro to get in this tournament. And I'm not trying to say Sean's more comfortable than everyone else, but, you know, he's played for millions of dollars numerous times in his life.
Well, Mr. Madani has played pocket kings enough to know exactly how to approach them pre-flop. Upstairs he takes us, 26,000.
Okay.
Sevens now for Deeb in the small.
That was a nice sigh.
Inflation not on his mind. 1-7 into the bin, by the way. Not good news for Sean, who's going to be all alone and out of position against these Cowboys. 10-9-3, couple of overs. Unclear whether or not he thinks 10x, 9x is part of the equation for a Madani Open up front. Into 76 comes just a modest 18K, Justin. Not really a sizing that we anticipate is going to relieve Deeb of all of his range.
Yeah, I think Deeb is going to be calling just about everything, but this makes it nice price. Having the 10 and the 9 out there always presents more straight draws for the upper ends. The king jacks, queen jacks, king jacks, king queens. This is a spot where I fully expect Deeb to peel another one off, even if he does size it up here, which I'm sure he's going to do after down betting.
112 in the pot, and yet we continue to milk.
This is a very milky.
Was ich Lied habe. König Dame.
What are the arguments against the downsized turn bet after that very downsized flop bet?
To me, it shows that he has some showdown value. If he has king high or queen high or even some ace highs right now, I expect him to bet big, put pressure on a lot of these hands. His bet sizing says to me he has a hand that he's okay getting to showdown no matter what.
Okay, now interestingly enough, even though we see Sean check, this is one of those cards that when you down bet flop and turn and the big or small blind rather defender gets to this point, that backdoor flush, middle pair card pairing could put us in a bit of a blender if all of a sudden Deeb were to have risen up for a healthy size. And look at Madani, unafraid whatsoever of that development. Barrels once more.
1, 2, 3, and then, okay? 1, 2, 3.
Well,
60K.
the milk might work here. To your point, I thought Sean might consider it, maybe a check raise, just merge it a little bit. Probably would like to have the 7 of diamonds in his hand instead, but again, this just shows that he has just a ton of value. But I think Sean sleeps very well at night and
Yeah,
doesn't have to worry about what the other person had very often.
you know, he didn't look uncomfortable, but he did look a little bit confused by the line. And so 60K worth of curiosity satiated as those sevens find showdown. And unfortunately, they find the muck as well once shown kings.
Welcome back after the break, folks, for the final table of the €500 buy-in, the EAPT No Limit Hold'em main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. These 9 lucky hopefuls all fighting it out for €38,000 first prize. My name is Action Man Dan, your Irish pundit for this one. Greetings wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Shuffle up and deal. Let's go. All 9 remaining players have locked up €4,200. First and second will get a ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event, and first, second, and third will get a Luxon ticket worth $4K as well. So it is all to play for here. Couple of gigantic stacks. So although there is only 9 players remaining from a starting entry field size of 336, this could take quite some time. Average stack is gigantic, nearly 50 big blinds to be precise. The small blind is still 15K. Big blind is still 30K with a 30K running big blind ante. Pablo goes for the rip on the button here with 16 bigs. Ace-9 offsuit with the rejam. And Mikel is the opener here from the hijack with ace-8 offsuit. We'll let that one go. Expect to see him be very, very aggro, playing 130 bigs to start this FT. You see some other names I recognize. MK, who has about 80 bigs. And then there is quite a considerable drop-off. Franz with 32, Berserk with 29, Vasil with 28. So the 3 of those very closely contended. And then you've got Pablo, Mazzi, and Antonio fighting out down the bottom with 16, 14, and 8.5 bigs. And Dohang with 113 bigs in second place. Not too far behind Mikel. Between the 2 of those players, they have the guts of 250 big blinds. It's just incredible. So much chips in play. Matty with a hand that he could consider rejamming, but just decides to let it go. I think that's a good choice, ICM-wise. Even though we are one of the shortest stacks, there is an 8.5 big blind stack remaining. The player wants to bust before the other, that's for sure. 8 jumps are going to get pretty significant ICM pressure, of course. Top 3 all going to get a 5-figure payday. Antonio going to go for the jam here, defending with the 7-5. Gets a flop. He decides he can donk jam. Just about enough equity there. We can see he's got a small amount of it. Needs to hit an 8. And backdoor diamonds. Backdoor straight draw. Capabilities. Turn is the king of clubs. And that's no good. River is the 9 of clubs. Bravo taking that one down with the queens. We have our first casualty at the final table, and we say goodbye to Antonio Fragale in 9th place. Miguel in raising at the king jack offsuited. MK with the aces. Three betting to 155, going for a very small sizing. I actually would prefer to make it a little bit bigger against the chip leader, who's likely to still continue. Is a little over 2.5x. Takes down that small pot. All remaining players, all 8 of them, guaranteed a minimum of €5,000 currently. Matthew taking that one down with the ace king. Go hang 111 bigs. Going to be opening this one with the king 7 offsuit. Put pressure on those shorter stacks. Gets through the small. You can see a flop here with just 10-3 suited for 30k more. He's going to flick it in. Does flop best. Go hang with a piece of it. Second pair. Bet a 60k and a call. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. The turn goes check, check. River is the deuce of clubs. Vasile seems to know where he's at here. Getting 110k, but look at this. Dohang is going to raise. Interesting that he makes it 250k here. I'm a little bit confused as to whether he is looking for external value with his pair of sevens with a decent kicker or is trying to turn his hand into a bluff. It seems like he is going for small value, that if he was going to turn his hand into a bluff, he would use a larger sizing, maybe even put maximum pressure on and go all in. When he makes it 250k here, it's only going to be 140k more for Vasile to call. Really difficult to get him off a 10. Just go for be extremely thin value. Vasile will pick that one off, wins a nice pot, and is now paying 1.2 million. So MK is going to raise from under the gun, but Queen Jack off suit is also playing a lot of chips. 2.5 mil to start this hand. The ace queen just deciding to call from the big blind. I think that's a wise option, given how deep they are. 8 king, queen, 10 is the board. Turn goes check, check. River is the 6 of clubs. I think he's going to call the 65k. And we'll take that one down with the ace queen. Osmo is in the house, says hello. What's up, Osmo? Says, let's go, Mikael. He's dinner chip leader. Of course, blinds have just gone up. 20k is now the small blind. Big blind is now 40k with a 40k running. Big blind ante, that's 20, 40, 40. As Apes says, Franz is the best player there. Well, a lot of big stacks. Anything can happen. Round to the button. Pocket tens now for Mikael. Takes that one down. With the tens. Matthew just got a rip. That's the big ace king off suit. Undergun. Take down the blind antes. Ohang really opening things up here with a 4 deuce suited. This is what I'm talking about. The bigger stacks are going to be quite aggressive, but this is very aggro indeed. Don't try this one at home, folks. M key, ace 10 suited in the cutoff is going to call. Ohang is not going to see bet here, is just going to check. MK's going to have range advantage here in general. Going to have a lot of Queen X type holdings. Not that Dohang's not going to have some himself, but in general, when they are this deep, he's going to be checking over to MK to keep the pot in control. Would hold your horses because Dems are raising chips. If Dohang had a hand like Ace Queen, King Queen, Queen Jack, Queen 10, it's unlikely he would go for a raise here. Doesn't matter. He's going to use his aggression and take that nice pot with just 4 high. See, Apocalypse has updated the title. Yeah, it's 52K for the winner, including the tickets. If you're just tuning in on this Monday afternoon, that's what you're watching here at the final table. The €500 EAPT live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. And if you want to find out additional information, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. All your Fold all the way around to Franz. Ace jack off suit on the button, 22 bigs. Razy daisy. Takes down the blinds and antes. Now playing 25 bigs. See, the average stack is still over 40 big blinds. Go hang with top pair here on the Jack 7-4. M-Key defending. With the ace deuce of spades. Takes that one down with top pair, top kicker. Mikel is getting after it here on the button as the chip leader with 10-6 suited. Seal is the original opener. Now, sometimes these hands make really sexy 4-bet rips, especially against the chip leader. The problem is there's a few stacks shorter than him. So with the ICM pressure and 8 players remaining, he might decide to just put it in the bin. He could also decide to just call, considering the 3-bet is less than 3x. All options on the table here. I wouldn't hate to see either one of them. Could let it go. Let it go seems like the worst option of the 3. So we just go for a call for 145 more, 550 in the pot. King 7 is the flop. This is the thing. You're going to miss the flop so often with your ace 5 suited. It might just be one of those hands you want to rip or fold. Interesting turn card once the flop goes check, check. I would be more inclined to c-bet that one with the 10-6. Just check back. Turn is the queen of diamonds. Seal with a lot of equity now. You're betting 140k. Once the flop goes check, check, and we pick up additional equity here, I think betting makes a lot of sense. I feel like that's a missed c-bet there from Mikel. Could have just took that one away from Vasil. He's taking down a nice spot. Berserk in the big blind here with 2 ladies, 2 black ladies facing the open from. The hijack does just move it all in. Let's take that one down, as Osmo says. And how are you feeling today, Mr. Commentator? Greetings from Poland. I'm pretty good, man. Got some college exams coming up that I'm a bit stressed about. A little bit distracted. Other than that, pretty good. Hope you're keeping well yourself and getting ready for Christmas, etc. Kings in the hijack. $80K to go. Osmo says Mikkel is his friend from Poland. Good stuff. We've got action. This is all happening quite fast. Berserk with the rejam. Naturally enough with the ace-jack offsuit. Mikkel. This guy has been unstoppable so far. 1.8 million in this pot. Mikkel with the kings of kings. And we could be about to see another elimination unless Berserk gets lucky. Here we go. It is an ace in the window. Ace, ace, 6. This won't hurt Mikkel's stack too much. However, it is a gigantic pot at this late stage. Turn is the 5 of clubs. Not a great card. Berserk with a flush draw now as well. I think it's just a 1 out that can save Mikkel. Actually, no, 2 outs would pair the board, but the river is a 5. Mikkel will still have 71 bigs. Berserk with 44 now after a chunky double up. So that changes things. Puts a spanner in the works. Makes Dohang the chip leader. With 89 bigs now. Mikkel with 71. Emke with 46. Berserk now with 44. So we've got Emke, Berserk and Vasil in the middle of the pack. Then Franz, Pablo and Matzi are your 3 shortest stacks. Franz with 25 bigs. Still very comfortable. Pablo not doing too bad with 17. Matzi with some work to do as your shortest stack at this feature table with 9 big blinds. Final table even. Pocket says there's flops and then there's flops. At least it didn't come to the river. Or come on the river. And Adrian says Vamu Pablo. Johan says he got it right. The poker gods were not kind to him this time. It just really didn't seem like he was going to lose any hands, but you can only win for so long in this game. We all know that. Everything else been going his way. It does change things a lot, though. He would be even bigger chip leader. Okay, so he's second in place now. Had he won that, it would be very tough to stop him from there. Berserk going to bet 75k. Queen 6-7. I'm actually just calling from the small here, pre. Actually, would prefer to see a rejam. It's a good opportunity to get the last of your money in. We are the shortest stack by quite some margin. Go with 10s, min raising. Takes down the blinds and antes. They're coming in hot with a 3-bet here to 220k. Both players with the same hand. Matty also with ace queen facing an open on a 3-bet. I actually think that could be a spot where you could let ace queen go for 7 bigs. As tight and all as that sounds. So now MK is going to overcall. And that means Berserk can only call with 40k. Little do they all know. It's the same hand as one another.
It's crazy. I fold ace queen of heart. Sure.
He's going to bet 225 on the king queen 6. And this one's going to get chopped up. As Osmo says, okay, Dud, I won't spam the chat anymore. I'm always afraid to play with players who often play weak hands. Very good. Joe Hang raised to 85k with the Jack 10 off suit. Vasil's just going to call from the small with the King Queen suited. The flop going check in the turn. The 9 of diamonds now, giving it open ender to Joe Hang. $125 is the bet, $125 is the call. 7 rolls off on the river. You're taking that one down to showdown. Joe Hang not going to stab at that on the river. Or it says, German Cabrel is at the final table. As Osmo says, I don't want to be pushing in Poland. There's a lot of talk about how warm people are in Ireland, Scotland, and Great Britain. I have a brother-in-law in Great Britain. Puckup says, in Ireland, you could chat to anyone all day. Scots are in general very nice, and Northern England are friendly. Just ignore London. Well said, mate. Well said. Blind v blind battle here. Jack 7-3. Mikel with the King 9. M Key with the 8-6. Goes check, check. Turn is the 5 of clubs. Open ended now for M Key. Might have took a stab at that one on the flop, if I'm being honest. Checks again. Problem is, we're just not going to hit our hand that often. Obviously doesn't want to get blown off his equity. I still think I'd be stabbing with the 8-6 offsuit on the turn. Does find a way of winning the hand on the river. And if we've seen Dohang open the 4-deuce suited earlier, he's certainly going to open the 7-5 of hearts here. Stealing the hijack raises to 100k. The blinds have just gone up 25k is now the small blind, 50k is now the big blind, with a 50k running big blind ante. That's 25, 50, 50. Miguel going to 3-bet from the cutoff. Queen jack off suit to 290k. Berserk is going to shove here from the small, is running smack bang into the kings of Matsy in the big blind. Berserk putting Matsy at risk, but we can see Matsy is a 4-1 favourite. Not much in it for Berserk there on the 9, 10, 3 flop. Turn, however, gives him a flush draw. But the river is an ace. We do have another double up. Matsy now playing 17 bigs. Julian, with the comment of the day, says, I've been watching my friend Pablo play poker all weekend. My girlfriend thinks I've got an obsession with poker and says she's going to leave me. It's okay to support her friend. He says, I think she's bluffing. Well, let's hope so. So the under the gun opening to 105 here with ace-7 suited. Dohang in the big blind is just going to put his opponent in with pocket nines. Franz will have some raised folds here, even if he is raising from under the gun off sub 20 bigs to start the hand. Dohang will take that one down. Now playing 3.2 million, which is good for 65 big blinds. Yeah, I see that fold with the eights as well. It might seem tight, but we are eight-handed, and it is a raise from under the gun. And ICM is a killer. We haven't seen too much action or movement this level, or this frame even. Do still have 8 players remaining, all guaranteed 5 grand, chasing the first prize of 38,000 euro on this Monday afternoon. I'll hold the phone. Just as I read the comments, look back at the screen. Mikel raising to 100k with queens. Pablo all in from the hijack with pocket kings. And we've got action. Mikel going to call for 685 more. Jack 5-3 is the flop. 1.7 million in this pot. Turn is a lady. Queen of spades on the turn. Mikel losing that huge pot with kings not too long ago is set to eliminate the kings of Pablo. He does do just that. Now we're going to be playing close to 4 million in chips. Pablo getting a very bad beat there. Nothing he can do. Got it in good. C'est la vie. In 8th place for 5,000 euro. 7 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of 6,200 euro. So Mikel gets some of those chips back that he lost with the kings. A similar amount, actually, that he lost. Puts him back as the chip leader. As Johan says, it is today better not to play kings of kings. Yeah. Vasil with the best of it here on the 3-3 ace deuce deuce board. Berserk, the original opener with the king 5 of hearts. 425 in the middle. Turn goes check check. We'll take that one down, a showdown. So Mikel, with almost 80 bigs, is your chip leader. Dohang with 65 bigs in second place. Vasil with 35. Emke with 32. Berserk with a very similar stack with 29 bigs. Then Matzi with 17. And Franz is your shortest stack now with 13 bigs. Kings once again. This time for Vasil. We'll take that one down. Re-jamming. So it looks like we are going to get three-way action to the flop here. Mikel with the pocket eights. Going to call from the small. M-key calling from the big, the original opener from the button, the Queen 10 off suit. The flop is Jack 6 deuce. MQ with the best hand. Top pair, Queen kicker. Kel will like this flop for his eights, just one overcard out there. Is Vasil who's going to take a stab. Mikel's going to call. And MK deciding between calling and raising. Looks like he's raising to 425. I think it's fine to try raise there just to take it down. Not risk. Bad turn card rolling off. Occasionally we'll get external value there on the flop. Four-way action to the flop here. Dohang with pocket trees. Mikel calling with the sevens, but it is 10-8-5. Two hearts, giving MK the best hand once more with top pair. Let's see what way he wants to proceed this time, calling from the small. Does he want to raise again? Berserk with a flush draw. Knee in the hand says, nice pot. What's up, Knee? Turn is the 8 of spades. Berserk on a lead now for 275. Thought we might see MK bet out here on the turn. Problem it is that it's into 3 players. Will get called, of course, by M-Key. Pretty bad river. The 9 of spades rolling off. Berserk will just give it up. M-Key takes that one down. Would have had to dig deep and rip there if he was to try win that pot, and not the greatest of rivers to do so. Once M-Key calls on the turn. Matsy with 10-8 of diamonds, flopping nice on the Queen Jack tree. M-Key doesn't have much here, just king high. As Apocalypse says, prediction in the chat, get your points gambled. Matsy got a bet 75k here on the turn. After the flop goes check, check. He's going to flick it in, and we're off to see the river. I think I would size up a little bit here on the turn of Matsy, making a very small bet. Now Matsy in a tough spot as to whether to continue bluffing when we arrive at the river like this, I feel like we're going to have to continue. Not going to win with just 10 high. Goes for a bet of 150. Problem for MK here is he's got a king in his hand, and that's a card we would want our opponent to have that would contain some draws. Some bluffs like king 10, king 9.
Did you hit the flush? No.
MK still hasn't folded his hand though. There's a paired board. Looks like he's going to call here, lads and ladies. Also, another option is turning our hand into a bluff. We've got the king of clubs blocker. It actually seems like it could be the best option considering you've seen a weak turn bet from Matsy and a weak river bet. You might get a hand like a jack to fold, maybe an ace high type holding that decided to continue bluffing, although that's also unlikely.
You wanna give? Yes or no? I know, that's why I'm asking. You wanna give?
Amke wants to see them. Makes a very good call. He puts Matsy down to about 7 bigs. I feel like Matsy's bluff would have worked had he went for a larger sizing on the turn and then jammed on the river. Pot odds seeming a little bit too good for MK to pass that one up. And although I see 1E or 2E wanting a clock to be called in the chat, he took his time for good reason. Made a very good call. Very patiently and methodically thought that one out before making his move. 150k just going to be too little to get the job done. So that does put a bit of a spanner in the works. Shortest stack going to have 7 bigs now. Nobody wants to bust before that pay jump is reached. Still 7 remaining, of course. Three bet coming in hot from Dohang with King 9 offsuit in the big. Vasil having the pressure put on him here. Wouldn't be shocked to see a fold. Because of that aforementioned 7 big blind stack. Let's see what way he wants to proceed. Could see a flop in position for the 315k more. Also 4-bet ripping, sometimes an option here against a very aggressive player like Dohang. Dohang getting the job done, taking that down. Showing why this ICM matters so much right now. Osmo asking, is Mikel the chip leader? I believe so. Him and Dohang fighting it out at the top. As Johan says, dinner break and bridge incoming. Leave you all in the hands of Action Man down in Apocalypse and Bird. See you next time. Enjoy the stream. Thank you very much for all your help, Johan. Thanks for joining us, and I'll see you in the next cartoon. And Asso says, what? With a question mark. I presume you are referring to the ace-queen hand. It's just one of them spots where he doesn't want to put in more money pre. It looks really strong of a 3-bet from Dohang. And there is a couple of short stacks. That's why you're seeing a hand as strong as ace-queen go into the muck. Top pair here for Berserk. Berserk is just going to rip on Franz here. Bit of an awkward spot here for Franz. I actually think his hand might play better as a rejam pre. But having said that, there is a 7 big blind stack, so therefore probably just wants to call. We do have 2 overcards and a second no flush draw. I don't know what you think about this one in the chat, but I reckon we might have enough invested that we can just call off here. It would really suck to be up against the ace of spades. And we do need to hit. does fold. Tough to call it off at the same time. King, Queen, Jack, 5 is the board. Berserk with the best of it here. Seal missing this one with his ace-4 offsuit. And look at this. Franz is deciding to go all in from the button here with pocket threes. Not the greatest of timing here and not the greatest of hands to do it with. These baby pairs just don't play too well, especially in these all-in situations in multi-way pots. MK shoving over the top. Berserk getting out of the way with the ace-10. King Jack going into the muck. Very little fold equity for Franz, and he is going to be in a coin flip situation for his tournament life. 1.3 million in this pot. Ace 9-8 is the flop, 2 hearts. McKee flopping top pair. With the best of it now, turn is the 7 of hearts. Franz picking up a flush draw. 3 or a heart. It's a heart. It's the 5 of hearts. Franz will double up. I believe that's the 4th double up we've seen at this FT. Just incredible stuff. That means we are going on a break. 4 players in between 25 and 30 bigs when we get back. MK with 52 bigs. Dohang with 63. But Mikel holding on with this chip lead with 68 big blinds. Going on a break for a good 15 minutes. If you're enjoying the show, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. See you all in a few moments.
Madam, what do you do? 1 hour, not one? It's good. Let's
maybe some turns that might kill your action. You are against a 20 big blind stack, so it's important that when he has the overpairs, you get as much money in as possible now.
Nariman Yagmai, who I've actually had an opportunity to observe on a few occasions, a frequenter of the Merit Poker Complex in northern Cyprus, has some results on his resume from that room, which of course was graced with the EPT not long ago, really putting them on the map. But of course, the crown jewel each and every year is the World Series of Poker Europe Main Event when it comes to this part of the blue marble. Meanwhile, tens are going to run into queens here as Niste made it 5. Shilko a button 3-bet to 15,000, and that button is going to help kind of range him away from something as dominant as this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more polarizing. You know, he does have the option to play call away with only 2 people behind. This is a spot where Niste is just going to die. 2 tens versus a button 3-bet in late position formation.
Yeah, not deep enough. He decides to really try to take this one post-flop, and his all-in declaration was always going to be met by a call for Shilko, who is in wonderful shape here, 86%.
Good luck.
180K pot. Might day 2 be coming to an early close for Mihai Niste. Looking that way on a King 9-7 board, although some running straight possibilities.
What do we got there?
Board pairing 9. A whole lot of interesting card protecting trinkets there, but I don't know how much protection they were able to provide, as these 10s are really threatened at this point. A 2-outer that doesn't come in.
Good luck, guys. Enjoy. Thank you.
And that's a pretty sporting way to sign off from Mihai Niste.
Those multi-way dynamics change things a bit, I think.
I'm going to ask you something. You ever been in that spot where maybe you did have that thought, but then as you observed the brewing reaction from your opponent to that prospect, you pulled up lane?
Yeah, probably in my younger days when I didn't have much else to go off of other than my ability to read the room and, you know, try to guess correctly. Now I think I would just fight the urge, even if my instincts told me something was awry.
Yeah, and we're going to have a fight on our hands here as yet again Cowboys have mounted up, this time for the surging Stetsura. And Sposato with ace-king of diamonds. We know what direction he's headed.
4th or 5th time Stetsato's had kings. Wow.
Who the hell is Stetsato?
What did I say?
Stetsato. I'm like, is that the love child of?
Yes, exactly. That's precisely what happened. Is Sposato and Stetsura.
Well, by the way, something else has happened as we're giggling through the surnames. Pocket Queens is a not funny development for a rather deep stacked Ilani.
This is hell. And honestly, as good as he's been and as aggressive as he's been able to pick up chips, there may be an argument here for just like getting out of harm's way, but you know, it's still queens. And I imagine we're going to 4-bet here. It's just a matter of how much.
These two trains are heading towards one another on the same track.
I think ultimately it just comes down to not a matter of who gets stacked, but like who gets out of the way. Is it the ace-king suited that ends up folding? Is it the queens that ends up folding? Not sure.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a 3-train collision.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. But
so 2 bets became 3. 3 became 4, and the man who started things isn't done with them. 5 bets to 75,000.
If they are reading it all into body language and things of that nature, we might not see a flop.
How so?
The degree at which that 75K went in for a 5 bet with no thought whatsoever kind of indicates to me we might be against the blade here.
Well, listen, Sposado's knife's fairly sharp under normal circumstances, but a very dulling effect brought on by the 4 and 5 bet behind his 3 bet. I wouldn't want to be that drawstring right about now.
Yeah, I don't think I would feel very comfortable playing 6-bet all in here with anything but aces.
There's not a whole lot of times where ace-king, suited in particular, flirts with a muck pre-flop, but this would strike me as one of those times.
I think so. I think so. Again, the speed at which Stetsuria put in the 5-bet with what didn't really appear to be much thought. It's a great laydown.
Fantastic decision there.
And honestly, again, I wouldn't be shocked if we just don't even see a flop. Small re-raise, though.
I mean, just another 37.5 to see what's what. I don't want to make light of it, and obviously you play 124 effective from here, sub 1 SPR, so things could get expensive independent of board textures that would maybe leave us worried. And is the decision more for all than for some as it stands?
There it
Yes,
is.
it is.
Great
My
laydown.
goodness. Bravo, Ron Ilani.
And he shows it. He shows the kings.
And
Lets him
Sposado
right off
before
the
him.
hook.
And by the way, it's not as though we can critique Stetsuria's choice to 5-bet here.
No, no, no. Of course not. Of course not.
I look, there's TV table. 30 minutes.
Alani's living right. 2 kings again. This time he's just going to be opening the action.
Nothing brewing.
Hello.
Check
Goodbye.
that.
Goodbye.
Yeah. It sure feels like that, unless, of course, improvements can be found for Thomas Aishan. His full clip emptied. Granted, low caliber ammunition. Sitting 37K deep coming in. Sposado's Jack 10 folding. I thought I heard call, even though I saw the cards go.
I think it was Elani.
I see.
4, 5, 6, 7.
So we saw the fold and heard the call all at the same time, but it wasn't passing Sposado's lips, rather predictably Ilani's, as ace king and 2 kings collide.
But it's not a sweat, I don't know.
And the ace high board, along with the spade, is an all Aishan affair. Tremendous resilience.
Nearly flopped him dead.
King.
Just got to fade a single king of hearts.
37.
Oh my God.
I jinxed myself.
An absolute stone one-outer, Matt.
Wow.
It's nice for TV, come on.
It's nice for us, I have to tell you.
I got to tell you, man, bravo, Thomas Aishan, for taking it on the chin like that. You know, this feels oddly, and I know that we don't have adequate data maybe to make these sort of blanket generalizations about what we're seeing. An ace suited on the button, a jam from Lee, but I was going to say sort of a piece of fruit ripe for the picking in terms of the deference and sort of the lull, like anybody that wants to actually say, all right, let me change gears here
25 total.
and snatch some chips,
I think
might, you know, be well served.
Yeah, I think part of it is, though, we're still so far away from the bubble entry, either just closed or will be closing after this level.
A jam from Komoshi, and unfortunately for Lee's purposes, Balasevic has folded an ace.
Spades are live, though.
The path to a W and continued attendance here in this main event has been made that much more difficult for Taehyung Lee. Now, while that isn't the flop that we had in mind, it does present an opportunity to counterfeit the nines. We'd love to see something like a jack.
Jack
on
of
the
spades,
turn.
10 of spades, maybe for max sweat.
The 5 of diamonds instead.
King of spades.
What a boring turn.
King of spades for split pot. King of spades is split.
King of spades, money back.
Komoshi facetiously pretending not to have a grip on
I
the game,
know.
and maybe this is somehow a karmic arrival on the river as Lee, given a stay of execution, and ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for a double.
My heart.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Still 7 players remaining in the EAPT. €500 buy-in, no limit hold'em main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. 7-8-3-10-6 is the board, 510k in the middle. Button against the big blind, M key defending pre. We can see Vasil still has the best of it here on the river, but facing the bet of 185k from M key. Looks like M-Key might get this one through. Vasily is going to make a very good call. Sort of played his hand that way. Diamond got there on the river. Diamond's got there. Straight draw gets there. Not many hands Vasil can beat, but does make a very good call. So still 7 players remaining now, all guaranteed €6,200. All chasing that first prize. €38,000 cash monies, €52,000 including the tickets that are up for grabs. M-Key raising from the button, the Queen 10 suited. Berserk is going to call from the small king 9 of hearts. Let's see. It's going to call ambitiously, leaving himself with 2.5 big blinds behind with the ace-6 off suit. Queen 8-8 is the flop. Interesting decision there with the ace-6 off suit. I don't know if our hand is going to be good enough to stack off with there against the button and the small. There is a lot of money out there. He is getting a great price to see the flop. I just think those ace-6, ace-7 and ace-8 offsuit combinations just don't play too well. Perhaps he's just too shallow and needs to get it in. It was funny to see him call and leave himself with 2.5 bigs behind. Couple of ace kings out there. Berserk with the rejam. Those go all in and call. This one going to get chopped up most of the time. Ace 10-7 is the flop. Chop it up, boys.
Better than two hearts on the floor. You remember. Heart.
Nazi needing a 10 or a 7 on the river there. 6 deuce, ace, ace, queen was the run out. We lose Matzi in 7th place. GG. That means 6 players remaining now. No player over 60 big blinds. No player under 17. GG, man. Taking home €6,200 for his efforts. A good run. That means 6 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €7,900. Dohang going to call the Queen 9 of clubs here. Ebke, original opener with the ace queen offsuit. As Apocalypse says, considering it's a poker channel, there was a severe lack of gambling in the prediction. Yeah, not many people getting involved in that one. It is a Monday evening, people are busy, etc. These 6 combatants busy taking each other's chips and fighting it out for this title. 6-3-3 is the flop. MK will be chopping this one up if it goes to showdown with friends. And it does do just that. Ace-9 of diamonds going to complete in the small. M-Key is going to check his option. Flop is 8-8-5. Flop goes check. Turn goes check, check. River is the 10 of hearts. M-Key hoping to win with Jack High. Franz raising 2.5x in the hijack. Berserk is going to defend with the 8-5 of clubs. Queen 10-6 is the flop. Franz with the best hand. Takes that one down with a C-bet. Round to the small blind for Dohang. Is going to raise it up with the 8 deuce offsuit. Now that there's no real short stack to worry about, they're going to navigate their way through this final table a little bit differently. The larger stacks, so much extra additional pressure with a very, very short stack in the mix with 7 players remaining. Of course, that pay jump has been reached now as well. Nearly €8,000, the current payout. The jump's just getting bigger from here on out. 5-figure payday. I think I said earlier 5-figure payday for the top 3. What I meant was €20,000 plus. Of course, it is a 5-figure payday for the top 5. Don't forget about those Luxon Poker Tour Grand Final tickets package or whatever it may be for $4,000 on top of a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event taking place in Rozvadov next year. Seal 3 betting from the big blind. 450k to go with ace queen off suit. Dohan getting out of the way. MK with ace king off suit raises to 125. Under the gun. Under the gun now. Is 6-handed. Important to note. Vasile calling from the small blind, and Jack 5 deuces the flop 2 diamonds. I'm keep betting 105. Range advantage, of course, on this board. Four is unable to continue, facing 2 overcards. And 5 deuces the flop. There's Vasile, who's going to bet 125. Not the biggest fan of opening the King 6 offsuit here. Although it looks like he has both of the players covered. I can get behind it. Would prefer to be suited. We do see a bet and a call. Eight of hearts rolling off. Might see Vasile go for a second barrel here to get rid of a 5 or a deuce a hand like ace-3 or ace-4. That's why you're going to see him reaching. $470 is the bet. And MK is not going to be going anywhere on this turn. So top pair, king kicker. $470 is the bet. And MK's just deciding on whether he wants to call or protect his hand. Due to the fact that it's on the chunkier side of things, this bet. But hands like Queen Jack, Queen 9 are going to continue barreling, maybe even Jack 9. There's a button open. It's going to have a wide enough range. That's why I actually think we're better off just calling. Let our opponent continue firing. But he decides there's more value in protecting his hand. Right here, right now. Empty completing with ace-3 suited. Berserk is going to check his option. King 9-3-4 is the board. He will take that one down with a bet. Berserk's going to shove 10-8 suited from the small blind. And Dohang has a calling hand. He's going to be calling this one with King Jack. It is all in and called Berserk with 40% equity with 10-8 of diamonds against Dohang's King Jack offsuit. 1.5 million in the pot. 8-5 deuce. Really, really good start here for Berserk. Dohang needing a king or a jack. Turn is the Queen of Hearts. Fifth heart will put a chop on board. It is a jack. Dohang getting there on the river. We will say goodbye to Berserk in 6th place. Nice score for him. GG, sir.
Smile for the camera, brother. Smile for the camera. You don't play like you are. You don't play like you are. Maybe he don't like you play.
Nice score for him of €7,900, and that means all remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €10,300. As the blinds go up, 40k small blind, 80k big blind with an 80k running big blind ante. Strata says, I hear the odds of Apocalypse burning his ding ding at the Fire Festival is holding steads at 3-1. Is that the type of gambling talk you were referring to? Well, at least you put the ding ding to good work and got a baby on the way in case something like that was to happen. Just throwing it out there. Strata says, heck of a river that on that hand. $45 bigs for Dohang as your chip leader. Mikael with 42, Emke with 36, Vasil with 24, and Franz with 21. That's how they're shaping up in this five-handed affair. If you're just tuning in, it's the EA Poker Tour. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. As Apocalypse says, can't be. Do I spot a gap between the German poker days and Dutch classics? Are Kings having a week off? It looks like you might be right there, Apocalypse. So just having a quick look there myself. Right in between the German poker days and the Dutch classics, it looks like we have a day or two off, or a week, whatever you want to call it. Franz raised to 180 in the small blind. Seal smacking this one with 6-5 deuce on the flop. Flops a straight. Franz rips on the turn, and look at this, out of nowhere. We're going to have another elimination. .4 in this spot. River is the 7 of hearts. We're going to lose Franz. Just like that, we have another elimination on our hands. That hand's no good for Franz. He will leave us in 5th place. GG. So with just 4 players remaining now, we are on the ticket bubble for the Luxon 4 grand EA Poker Tour Grand Final. Current payout is €14,750. As Apocalypse says, finish top 2 and you win main event seats for multiple massive tournaments. Pretty amazing. Yeah, it really is. Aces for Mikel. It's 3-betting to 510k. Betting to 510. Dohang bumping it up here. Blind v blind. A6 off suit. M key. Queen 10 suited. Going to be calling. Bet of 80k. Call. 740 in the pot now. Full house for M key. Dohang going to bet 125 here on the turn. Sometimes he's going to have the best hand. Pot controls, naming his price for the river. M-Key is going to call. M-Key checks and Dohang checks it back. Buckram says he'd be back very soon. Go take your time, man. Gotta do what you gotta do. Dohang completing the small blind. Ace deuce off stu. Vasile is going to check his option with 9-8 of clubs. Dohang's full house once again. The king, 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 deuce. It'll be tough to get paid here. Wide and juice, the bluff from the big blind. Just 9 high. Takes that one down. With his bet of 350. Mikael, 3-betting here from the big blind to 550. I would like to see more of this from all players, really. Dohang actually has done a decent amount of 3-betting from the big blind. Betting the 9-5 of clubs go. Gohang raising to 165 and the ace king off suit. Going to be 3-betting. Wants to be 3-betting around 560. So let's go for 575. MQ with the best of it the whole way. On the 6-8-5-9 ace board. Gonna try get a bet from Vasile on the river, but it did not work. Vasil 3-betting to 530k. MK opening the butting with 9-7 diamonds. Looks like the king queen is going to be taking this one down. Occasionally, you might want to see a flop in position here for this sizing. With ICM at play, just 9 high, albeit suited. Best course of action is to just put this one in the muck. Instead, decides to click it back with just 9-7 of diamonds. Bit more than a click back. This is pretty sick. If Vasil was to jam all in here, MK be fairly priced in. I'd have to run some maths here, but it looks like he's committed himself any 4 bets to this sizing. We can see that he would have to fold, of course. But it looks like Vasil would leave MK with somewhere around 15 bigs if he jammed. Not sure what you think about this one in the chat. If Vasil could find a 5-bet here, it would be pretty sick. But as I said, this looks incredibly strong by MK. Usually, if you're going to find a 4-bet here, you want to have some form of a blocker. Nearly 2 minutes in the tank. Wow, he's found it. He's found the 5-bet rip. He's a non-believer. And it does make sense that a lot of hands that MK would have here contain really strong hands and some bluffs. A lot of the time he'd just be 4-bet ripping, even hands like ace queen and ace king. So then it's the absolute top of MK's range, like aces, kings, and queens, and we block aces and kings. We block kings and queens unblock aces, of course. But we also unblock our opponent having some of those 4-betting hands like ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4, ace 5. So that's just solid play there from Vasil, taking a chunk of MK's stack off him there with a 5-bet rip. We can see the jam was for about 15 bigs more, as I said, yeah. And that's going to get MK to fold 9-7 suited, even though he has in or around 10 big blinds already invested. Sorry, 15 big blinds already invested. So 15 big blinds invested, about 15 big blinds more to call. Ivy blind battle. Vasil Volinka, his confidence will be very high after that one. Yeah, with ace king again. He's got ace king a good few times now. Got about 175 on a 10-9-5 one heart flop. Some backdoor straight draws working for him, backdoor heart draws working for him, and gonna have the best hand the majority of the time here with just ace high. You see him bet, he just pick up the 6 of hearts on the turn. He has the best hand. Vasil picks up a straight draw. I'd like to see a check raise there from the small blind or just lead on the flop. I feel like it plays better than a check call. $5.50 is now the bet. So still a lot of chips in play. 56 bigs for Mikhail Vasil with 46, Dohang with 39, and MK after that stutter step still very much in contention with 27 big blinds. That's how they're looking. This four-handed battle. One double of them puts MK back at the top of the leaderboard. Really not much in it. It is all to play for. And 100 of the day. Remke shoving here on the turn with his 2 pair. Vasil getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar, betting 460 on the turn. Apocalypse is back. Apocalypse now. Says, did I miss much? You missed a very creative 4-bet bluff with 9-7 of diamonds from MK before Vasil correctly figured it all out, and 5-bet rip with his king queen of diamonds. MK with the min raise here with the ace-8 offsuit and Doe hanging the small with Jack-4 of clubs. Goes for a 3-bet to 430k. Quite a small sizing here. Prefer to make it larger. I'm not the biggest fan of doing this with the suited Robbie from the small. I'd rather have like a king blocker, an ace blocker, or a better kicker. Does put MK in an awkward position. Vasile going for a raise here to 225 from the small blind. Prefer to see him go a little bit larger. Especially when Mikael has us covered. And the Jack-8, 4-8. Vasile going into check call mode, it looks like. Turn also going check, check. Yes, we are indeed on a 30-minute delay. All brought to you live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. If you're just tuning in on this Monday evening, that's what you're watching. 4 remaining in the EAPT, fighting it out for €38,000. There's also tickets up for grabs, so that's why you're seeing a bit of a lull in the action. They've got to be a little bit cagey. So much at stake, so much on the line, so much ICM pressure. €14,750 is the current payout. Over a $5,000 difference between fourth and third, and a 4K ticket. He's won a couple of small pots now in a row. MK, he's battling back nicely. Obviously, he is well known on the poker circuit at King's. Pocket tens, min raising as the blinds are now 50, 100, 100. That's 50k small blind, 100k big blind with 100k running. Big blind ante. Dohang 3 betting to 555. This increase in the blinds will make them a little bit shallower now. As Apocalypse says, action time. Well, we did have a lot of action earlier on in the day. There's so much at stake. You've got 9 grand the difference between fourth and third. Understandable that you're going to see a lull in the action. Nobody wants to bust before the other. Especially for those tickets. You've got the title on the line. The guts of €40,000 coming into Christmas. Getting very close. All these reasons are going to make players play cagey. 350 is the bet here at Queen 9-9. I actually think we could have seen M-Key just rip this one pre-sub 30 bigs four-handed, even if there is a 9 grand difference between fourth and third. Now, it might be a little bit YOLO, and ICM might say it to be a little bit tighter, but the way these have been playing, like 10's going to be very strong. When we call, we're out of position. It's not ideal, but it was, once again, a smaller sizing of that 3-bet. Look at the size of this pot now. Stack to pot ratio less than 1 to 1. Dohang catching a very good river. Happy to take that one down. M-Key kicking himself perhaps that he didn't shove pre. Also, could have easily seen the ace-jack just call there in position. It's unlikely Dohang is going to be 3-bet calling it off. Even with a hand like ace-queen or ace-king, it doesn't feel too great with what's at stake. Let me know what you think about that in the chat. Doctor says trying to find when the grand final will be and where. It looks like this year it was Cyprus in May and only a 2K buy-in. Yeah, it's got to do with some form of accommodation as well. I'd say it's a package deal. Mikael Min raising on the button and Doe hanging the big. Not going to defend with the 10 deuce suit. It is comfortable here with the 42 bigs. Osmo says £2,000 is a lot of money. Don't get out of bed for less than 20k, so I wouldn't know. Ace 4 deuce is the flop. Blind be blind. Nine seven of clubs checking. Mikael checking back. Turn is the deuce. Ace. Deuce 4 deuce is the board. We'll see with the decision on the end. Queen of Diamonds rolling off on the river. Gal is going to fire 300k. These pots all add up. Now playing 4.7 million, which is now 6 bigs more than Dohang. Vasile with 28 and then M-Key with 18. Osmo says, Triton and Vladimir didn't let me sleep after the last tournament. I had a ball watching Gambledore. Really and truly. Some of the most entertaining poker. Especially considering such a massive buy-in. Well, the full series. Anyways, meanwhile, back at the ranch, M-Key betting 100k here. Top pair, straight draw for Mikal is going to call. We're going to see some action here. M-Key is limping. Dohang's going to stick him in with the pocket sevens. And M-Key does have a really nice starting hand, but I don't think he's going to be able to call it off for his tournament life and will let it go. And he wants to know how on earth is King Jack suited a fold blind v blind for 20 effective. It is because there is a 9 grand pay jump between 4th and 3rd. Now, having a hand as strong as King Jack suited, I might just open rip from the small blind. I don't even know if 7s is going to call. Maybe 7s calls. It's for nearly half of our stack. Could be an 8s plus type deal. All got to do with the ICM. Dohan going to 3-bet. All in. Big move here from Dohang. Really putting Vasil to the test. And again, players have to be very tight. And I don't even know if we're going to see a call here with ace-10. Someone finding it shocking that King Jack suited went into the muck a moment ago. Well, you might see the ace-10 folding here. In the tank for quite some time now, which is understandable. I just don't know if we're going to see Vasil call it off here, even though he has a very good hand in the ace-10. Dohang is able to do this with a far wider range because he is the covering stack. What do you think he's going to do? Let me know in the chat. All vote now. Does let it go. Like I said, if Dohan can do that relatively wide, then ace-10 is not going to be the greatest of calls because our opponent's going to have a lot of random cards. And if they do have those live cards, they're going to have the guts of 40% equity. Now, the flip side of that is we dominate a lot with the ace-10. Mikel spots a situation to 3-bet once more and takes that one down. MK is going to limp once more, and Dohang is going to shove with his pocket pair. Takes that one down. So Dohang's really playing well in terms of his jams. A lot of those kind of pocket pairs going to play themselves. You're going to be ripping them. And we've got an all in the call here. Ace-8 against ace-queen. Vasile in great shape. Jack 9-8 is the flop. What an exciting flop this is. Vasile getting out flopped here, but still has the best hand in terms of equity. Turn is the 6 of diamonds, and now Dohang might be set to eliminate Vasile in epic fashion. Big river coming up. It is the lady of the night. Vasile getting there across the finish line. Not easy. His opponent flopping a pair with the 8, but the lady saving the day. That's a huge moment for Vasile there. You live by the sword, you die by it. Has to be said, that was a crazy call off there with the ace-8. We've seen him jam with the 7s, jam with the 6s. We've seen ace-10 off go into the muck. We've seen king-jack suited go into the muck. And then we see a call with the ace-8 off suit. Was not something I was expecting to see. Going to be way too loose to be calling off there in that exact scenario with what's at stake.
After 10 was sinking down. 30% on the turn.
Gohang needs to remain composed. He's back to 26 bigs, but that was quite the hit he took with just ace-8 off suit. And he will rip and take that one down. You see you're going to lead here for 250 on the Jack 8 3-2 club flop. Deuce is not looking too hot. And Mikael has some backdoors to go with his ace high. We could have action here, folks. Dohang min raising to 200k. Vasil in the small with a monster. Ace King suited and is aware of how light Dohang is capable of calling off. I think this might be a great spot to just make it like 650, 700 and call off. And I think we might see Dohang 4-bet rip here. These hands like 6s, 7s, and 8s play pretty well as 4-bet rips because we unblock hands we would want our opponent to have that might contain a 9 or a 10 as bluffs, some suited wheels, some other hands that might 3-bet fold. Does shove. Vasil will call, and we have the biggest pot of this tournament. $5.6 million in this pot. And whoever wins this one's going to be overwhelming chip leader. Deuce, 5, 4 is the flop. Turn is an 8, and Vasil needing to get lucky on this river. He's going to be back down. Oh, and he gets there! His 3 of diamonds rolling off for him. Vasil getting there in epic fashion will eliminate Dohang, who looks very disgruntled. Unlucky, sir. Good game. Vasil going to have a monster stack. The bubble for 1 ticket has burst. €14,750. He will take home for his efforts, but he's going to be quite disappointed with that. That means all 3 remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €20,000. And a 4K ticket. We are now on a 10K money bubble. Well, 10K ticket bubble between third and second, and an €8,000 difference. Real cash monies between third and second. So we are now looking at an 18 grand bubble between third and second, including the ticket. As Apocalypse says, one bubble gone and another one now beginning. Indeed. A Vasile with 73 bigs is a force to be reckoned with. And there you have it, folks. We are going on a break. We're coming back with 3-handed action. Vasile with 73 bigs, Miguel with 45 bigs, and MK with some work to do, but still very much in contention, playing 17 big blinds. Don't go anywhere. One of these 3 remaining players is going to become your eventual champion. I'll see you all in a few moments.
He's sort of ready for it.
Do you think he's ever boxed a bear? Strikes me as the type. Might go toe to toe.
If we presented the opportunity for, you know, a grizzly slugfest, I think he's ready to upset some people over at PETA. Do you remember that video of the Aussie whose dog was locked up with the kangaroo? And he just jumps off the Jeep and punches it in the snout? What a legend that guy was.
A beautiful 1-2 combo.
I love animals, but that Roo really deserved a bop on the schnoz.
Right, yeah. And he's not going to be any worse for wear, you know?
No.
The dog got home safe.
He really didn't know what to do with it, by the way. Unlike Poodle, who with 2 sevens, well aware of what is required. 16K sails in. Spasaro says 2 overs. Let's go.
I'm rooting for Poodle. Not even for good reasons. Because just busting here alleviates the pain. No, Ali.
Oh, you're brutal.
I'm rooting for the 9 big blind stack.
Wow.
Let's keep him in the mix. See what he can do. There you go. Let's go.
Oh, hang on. Threats, even though Poodle has flopped himself a cozy set to remove 1 pair issues, now he must fade a 9.
Clean.
Okay, clean.
Yeah.
Board pairs. River's irrelevant. Oh, my goodness.
Well, it's sort of relevant.
That deuce was necessary as the gutter did come in.
And you know what? I stand corrected. Poodle now has 12 big blinds, so we're going to get to see a real display of short stack ninja.
But full house. Yeah, straight wins.
Full house.
Cash game streets. Content creators, the likes of Yo Viral. Yo Hunky Bear.
Yo for a long time was kind of the face of French poker, I would say. It's changed a lot in the last handful of years. The French have really surged in creating a small group of talented pros that are kind of taking the tournaments by storm.
Benjamin Pollock is a legend of the World Series of Poker Streets. He plays under the banner Antoine Saoud. David Benjamin from the old school side of the spectrum. Julian Martini. Thomas Santern. Can't overlook Bertrand Gros-Pellier. Elke. He made his mark. Meanwhile, Yagmai could be making a mark here with ace-jack against this cutoff open from Ranilani.
Yeah, I think this one's just good enough. He's not really going to have a choice but to stick it in.
That's exactly what he does. Uh-oh.
Unlucky.
First occasion on which Ukraine's Dmytro Stetsura is going to get involved, and it's going to be absolute top of range, which influences that involvement. Horrendous for Yagmai. Now, even a cold call, which is the very least we can do with these aces if we're Stetsura, screams strength.
Yeah.
You know, trying to lure Ilani
there's
into
just
something.
like, yeah, you're kind of just handcuffed, you know.
Yeah.
Aces are a cheat code. If ever you're going to have a cold call range, you can work them in there.
Yeah. Yagmai understandably on his feet here as his light begins to flicker.
So many creative ways to...
Yeah, the stand-up D-Mike, grab your backpack. Yeah, we've seen it all.
He's going to need a miracle here.
And that isn't it, as he lacks a spade and he lacks chips.
He has the
options
build.
are, I mean,
I have to
this
tell
guy-
you, he has the build for it.
The wingspan on him, I mean,
Yes.
he'll reach over and pull your stack in himself from the 2-seat. You're
Yeah.
sitting in 7, and
Yeah.
he's like, no, I got this. King-Queen suited, meanwhile, back at the feature for Aishan. Has itself some issues here. As an open to 5,000 is mulled over by Ilani.
Yeah, I think we can see this one go either way. Probably leans 3-bet. And if it leans 3-bet, Ilani's not going to miss it. That's for certain. We've seen him take the aggressive option just about every opportunity he had. Spots are always very uncomfortable at this depth. 40-ish big blinds. I think king-queen suited just good enough. You're going to have to get in the mix. Understanding that you're dominated some amount of the time.
Yeah, it is so funny because we use blocker logic so often to be heroic with these king-queen suiteds, and now all of a sudden it's not going to take logic, but rather just a glimpse at this ace-10-3 with 2 diamonds to understand that more chips will be finding their way forward. Ilani, top pair in an inflated one pre, 34 in the middle. They play 103K effective.
Yeah, I imagine we see a river here in some capacity. About 3 SPR. I imagine the small size will be utilized here by Ilani. We do see 11 into 34. There might be some ideas of a smallish check raise here, call off. King, queen, diamonds here, plenty strong enough with the gut shot flush draw. You can see in the equities about 60-40. These are spots that, when in doubt, you kind of just find a way to funnel the money in. I imagine he would be able to set up a little bit of, or have a range of hands that he can target that will fold, comparable hands to what he's holding that don't have a front door, back door, so like king, queen of spades perhaps would be a hand that he could target. He could apply a lot of pressure to hands like jacks and queens that choose to c-bet. So I do think he's going to come with the check raise here.
There it is, 32,000 on the strength of the nut flush draw and the gut shot, as well as being able to leverage the presence of the ace to maybe send some pocket pairs packing. Of course, we block kings and queens.
Now, Alani's hand really can't do anything wrong. It doesn't matter if he calls or jams. It's more of a question of what with his range as a whole, prefer to do. We do have some weaker hands in that range that are going to want to see a turn.
Well, this isn't all that weak, and yet it is going to play itself as a flat. As you mentioned, Berkey, no wrong decisions and no issues on a 5 of spades turn for the Israeli, as the Frenchman now must navigate out of position in the inflated 98K streets.
When he set this up for a jam, I suspect he'll follow through. Feels a little tough because we're not exactly sure what we're trying to get to fold, but, you know, kind of as mentioned, you'll see kings, queens, jacks be forced to play this way by Alani, and then they have to kind of hero it off.
Is the jam not exceedingly polar?
It is,
I know it's
but the check
70.5
raise,
effective.
yeah, I think the check raise itself was polar to begin with.
Okay.
So we're looking at like 2 pair plus and then maybe exactly this combo.
All right, so all of it on request now, and Ilani isn't exactly thrilled, but maybe this will be regarded as simply a hand of poker.
Yeah, I think he knows he doesn't beat value is the thing. He's losing to 10s, ace 10, and ace king that slow play pre, as well as, I guess, aces some of the time. He's now also losing to ace 5, but I don't believe that would be a part of the check raising strategy, so he can probably discount that. And then he's beating the combo draws, so the king queen of diamonds, king jack of diamonds, kind of exactly. Perhaps we see some 10-9, jack 10 of diamonds play this way. I think it's less often though. It's a big confrontation here. We're gonna need to see some help if king queen is going to improve. Otherwise, Ilani is going to get himself on quite the stack, and he does. 3 of heart river, not going to do it for him.
So the calls seem to be a bit of a foregone, if uncomfortable, conclusion to the jam on the turn, and a clean run out. And Max finds his way to the feature table as ace king of clubs finds its way to an open for Arai, and problems for Velocevic should he get frisky from the button with this ace queen of diamonds.
Yeah, I think at this depth, you do start to see a lot more calling take place. Again, it's one of those things where you have so much hand, but it feels pretty bad to just suddenly start putting in 50 pre. Good things can happen too. You know, you got some deep stacks behind you who may potentially squeeze. I myself probably wouldn't have the patience to flat the ace queen suited, but you see here he's going to be rewarded one way or the other.
Well, it's curious. Look at all this interference and a setup for Svetanov whereby this king queen of hearts really tempts us to rise up, does it not?
Yeah, but I think it's like, again, one of those things where this is too good of a hand to turn into a bluff. I just struggle to put in a bunch of chips here and then have to fold to a 4-bet.
Svetanov agrees.
Yeah, I think the call here is very good.
Shows restraint, and well served to have done so. Dominated across both of his opponent's holdings. Diamonds favored Velocevic in the window.
So close to everybody having a backdoor.
6-6-4.
Yeah, I think this one's just going to check through at a pretty high frequency, especially with the long tank out of the big blind. You tend to range him more pair dense in that instance, 7s, 8s, maybe unsure of the path forward.
10 on the turn, the product of the round of knuckles. Arai did not waste any time checking his hand. As the pre-flop raiser, perhaps a door opened.
If you're going to start to bluff here as Svetanov, I think you kind of have to commit to double barreling, which it appears as though he's just going to let off the gas. I tend to agree with this. Tricky spot for ace queen. you still beat some hands here that might take a stab on the turn, but you also still have the big blind behind you to concern yourself with, who may easily still be slow playing trips, checking over a 10 or a 4 that may not just give up to this bet and a call. I imagine he's just going to have to find a fold, yeah. That's a very disciplined laydown.
Really could have been much more violent for Velocevic had he traveled a different path. And for that matter, Svetanov. And it's going to be tough to earn chips in spots like this.
Have you played 8 million? If you double the up, you don't feel it. It's not even one stack of bikes.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Blinds have gone up. 60k is now the small blind. 120k is the big blind with 120k running big blind ante. That's 60, 120, 120. Still three-handed now. Mikel with 35 big blinds now. MK is the short stack, and obviously Vasil after that epic frame. Your overwhelming chip leader with 63 bigs. And MK going to take this one away on the turn with a bet. We'll take that one down. Ace-3 suited, going to min raise. Nice flop for Mikhail here. He's got no flush draw. MK with a pair now and a good shot straight draw on the turn. Seven of diamonds hits the river and MK is going to check. Tough for Mikhail to bluff. Tough for him to win a showdown. I think on this board he's just going to have to give it up. But that doesn't look like he's going to give it up. If he's not going to give it up, he wants to use a large sizing. He's gone for 425, but I just don't think that's going to be enough. And MK wins a nice hand. Aces for MK. Will min raise. Takes down the blinds and antes. Vasile with a monster ace king. Empty defends. $230K is the bet from Vasile here, and Emke could be about to lose a lot or even all of his chips. Depending on the run out, of course. That's the brickiest of bricks here. The deuce of clubs rolling off. See the betting 775 here on the turn, and Emke not going to be going anywhere yet. He can beat some draws, some random bluffs. Well, Emke decides to just rip for protection / could get some combo draws to call. Going to be very difficult to get called by worse in the ace department. Vasile won't be folding this one. Understandable why he's hesitant, but he's never going to be folding, so he should just be calling. Entitled to ask how much it is, of course. Well, this pot's massive as well, folks. Deuce rolling off, and that will eliminate Emke in third place. Vasile, wow, what a train wreck this guy's been so far. Steamrolling his way through. Over 10 million in chips. We are going on a 5-minute break. We're going to come back and put a ribbon on this thing. Very, very short break. 5 minutes. 88 Bigs is going to be playing 24. Miguel is up against it, but has played a good, solid, aggressive game at this FT and never write anyone off in a heads-up battle. See you all in just a few moments.
Can we have like 2 minutes to write that heads up? Can we have like 1 minute?
Poco prestato. Su ma tieni prestato 5 minuti. 8 minuti. Nella seconda prestato. 6 minutes break.
Dammi più trofei?
Yeah, well, it's warfare out there,
tightest
Ali,
hole for
and
the
Yes.
those chips are just bullets.
Yeah.
No sense in going home with them, you know?
Not so bad.
Put them to work or put them to bed.
They're not as useful in the chamber as they are sprayed onto the battlefield.
That's right, that's right.
Until rent comes due, in which case you're looking for a few in some clips.
Hey, you know, there's some nice weather in California here. They're kind to the homeless.
Looking at you, Santa Monica. Ace King here being looked at by Vaituliones, who has been northbound since his arrival. First hand he sat down and opened was an Ace King. Then, of course, Ace Queen versus two Kings. Yielded one from Stetsura, who's got an inferior ace on the button versus a cutoff open. Might be looking for his pound of flesh.
Yeah, this one can go either way.
Yeah, 3-bet to 15,000, ill-fated, and Sposado wakes up with ladies.
Now this is where it gets fun.
Unless you have ace-9.
He's the covering stack, so for sure we're going to see him go with it in some capacity here. It's just a matter of how. I guess effectively they're looking at about 60 blinds. I don't think jam's out of the question. With a formation this aggressively, though, maybe he wants to get a little value for his time.
You know, the thing is, as a big stack, if he were to come with some normalish 4-bet sizing, does it not at times appear to the opposition like it's more situational?
For sure.
Cut off open, button, 3-bet. In context, those two played that little pot moments ago, and you could lure something less than ace-king into hazardous procedures.
Yeah,
Instead, we know that this one is a somewhat foregone conclusion.
Right. I think that's facts. It's more, you start to play with the line of protecting your hand versus maximizing the value. And it gets a little dicey, you know, like 2 10s in this spot, I'm pretty sure you're on the cusp between jamming and folding, whereas like, you know, 2 aces, you're very clearly just playing 4-bet not all in. And everything that falls in between that spectrum is gonna want to try to do the best that it can to maximize both its fold equity and its ability to get worse to put money in the pot. This is very gross for ace-king.
I mean, we didn't really have this spot in mind when we opened to 5K, and yet the hand is the hand. He's going to choose to jam it.
Yeah.
Sposado isn't looking for the exits.
So this is the thing, like, if you choose the 4-bet not all in here with queens, I think in general it's to snap a jam from either. But perhaps he was thinking to himself that he would very quickly call if the button were the jammer. Potentially he has a decision here versus the original opener.
Buona fortuna.
So we're off to the races in a classic.
Maybe.
If...
Oh, did he call?
I think, yeah.
Oh, okay,
I'm seeing call 109 in there, so unless my eye's deceived. Perhaps the writing was on the wall here as the ace-9 ducks out of the way. And all of a sudden, the fate of the Lithuanian hangs in the balance. To the flop we go. 10-4 tray. Not what was needed. 1 ace in the muck. That much we know. Can we find a king? Some running wheel hopes. And the latter of them present courtesy of the deuce of hearts. Any 5, any ace, any king. Or just a 7 of clubs. And no sooner does Vaituliones arrive at this feature table than he is dispatched.
guys, good luck. 60, 120,000. Start.
Play with under. Never.
And it's game on. We're about to put a ribbon on this thing. One of these two remaining players going to become your EAPT Rozvadov Main Event champion. Both players have locked up some amazing tickets for themselves. A 10k ticket and a 4k ticket and €28,000. So essentially it is a €10,000 heads-up battle. Both players would make very worthy champions at this late stage. Vasil has played quite well, although the deck has been forever in his favour. Having said that, he got gifted in a few spots. And as for Mikhail, he's survived nicely. Did have over 4 million a few times. Finds himself in contention here with less than 30 bigs to start the hand. Open-ended now for both players. Vasil has a flush draw to go with it. It is Mikhail technically with the best hand right now. $700k is the bet here on the turn. Vasil raising enough to put Mikhail all in. Just ace high to go with your open ender. You're just going to have to let it go. That's a big pot for Vasil. Folding out a lot of equity to go with the ace high. Aces for Mikel. Completing his option. Vasil not biting. Checks back. Oh, wow. This could be it, folks. There is no way Mikel is going to be getting rid of aces anytime soon. Super unlucky here. Vasil flopping 2 pair. I don't see any way out of this one. This could be the last hand of the night, depending on the run out, of course. Turn is the king of clubs. Vasil has played it in such a way where he's just going to let Mikel barrel off, it seems. Bet of 400k. Rip from Vasil. Mikel's not going to be going anywhere. And it's going to be GG unless he hits this river. This could be the last card of the night. Just 18% equity for the aces. River is the 7 of spades. No ace, king, or deuce arriving to save the day. Vasil Wawrinka has done it. Mikel coming up short. Really nice score for him nonetheless, but that is your eventual champion right there. He's done it. Got over the finish line. Played really well. Stormed it once we got four-handed. That'll do it, folks. I want to thank everyone who tuned in and all the regs, the moderators, etc. You all know who you are by now. I'm unsure if I'll be back next weekend, as it is the German poker days on Sunday. It looks like there is a bit of a break then, which suits me fine, as I need to finish off my studies. I'm going to let this guy enjoy his moment. I'm going to get out of here. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.